weirdest thing where the order doesn't come through my phone.
That might be broken, man.
What?
So your phone might be broken.
What do you mean? I listen to stuff on here all the time.
You gotta go into it, get to full screen, and there's a volume thing right there.
So you're saying there might be a volume thing here?
You see the volume button right here. You turn that right. I hear some.
Here, let me just do a test. Make sure that the board's working. Test 1 2, test 1 2. Welcome to the Brevard Boulder Bash 3 at the Brevard Rock Gym.
I did hear we were getting some ESPN type commentary though.
I've been watching those. Have you seen any of those broadcasts? They've been showing of ESPN Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the third annual Boulder Bash, hosted by Brevard College here at the Brevard Rock Gym in Brevard, North Carolina. Glad you're able to join us this USA Climbing Collegiate Appalachian Region competition. Action is already underway. Approximately 70 problems available for these climbers this afternoon, representing several schools, and we'll be filling you in on many of the climbers and the schools that are competing throughout the broadcast. At a packed house here at Brevard Rock Gym as action is underway for the Brevard Boulder Bash 3. Brevard College climbing team under the direction of head coach Travis Gray. And this is a key competition for not only Brevard College, but the other schools in the Appalachian region. Next up on the Brevard College climbing schedule, and I would imagine the same goes for many of the schools represented here, is the USA Climbing Appalachian Regional Championship in Nashville, Tennessee next month. But action's underway. We'll be joining you intermittently with some updates and interviews and commentary. But for now, continue to enjoy the sights from the Brevard Rock Gym. Thanks for tuning in. Action underway here at the third annual Boulder Bash at the Brevard Rock Gym. A red point format, which means climbers are entitled to unlimited attempts throughout the competition with their top 5 scores counting towards their final score. Points are earned by completing a problem from start to finish. You must control the final hold. Record each attempt made. Each time the climber leaves their feet from the ground. One attempt is a flash and must be noted as well. All natural features are off unless marked otherwise. If a hold spins or breaks, step off immediately or the attempt will count. And if a climber uses a hold or feature that is off route, no points can be earned and the attempt will not count. So the red point format underway. Now, several schools are represented today at the third annual Boulder Bash. Host Brevard College. Lees McRae is a couple hours away up in the Boone, North Carolina area. Butler University. App State, also in Boone. UNC Chapel Hill, so the Tar Heels are in the house, as well as the Duke Blue Devils. Western Carolina University Catamounts are here as well, as are UNC Charlotte 49ers. So nice turnout in terms of number of colleges represented here as the competition is well underway. Appreciate you joining us here. We'll continue to update you throughout the broadcast with information, and we'll have some interviews a little later in the show as well. So enjoy the sights from the Brevard Rock Gym. Thanks for tuning in. Back here at the Brevard Rock Gym for the 3rd annual Boulder Bash hosted by Brevard College, USA Climbing Collegiate Appalachian Region competition. And happy to be joined now by the head coach of the Brevard College climbing team, Travis Gray. Travis, thanks for joining the broadcast.
Thanks for having me on, Phil. Hey, everyone.
Well, if we can start with where we're at right now in the competition. You know, we're about 30 minutes in or so.
Right.
You know, climbers have been attempting problems. If you can let the viewers know kind of where we stand right now as far as the competition goes.
Yeah, kind of visually just looks like everybody's settling into the rules and just kind of the format of the competition. There's a lot of people here. It's packed, Phil, and we couldn't be more excited to just and more thankful for people that made the journey to Brevard to experience another Brevard Boulder Bash. I think our farthest participants came all the way from Butler in Indiana. So that is speaks volumes about kind of, you know, our competition being on the map and just building up that reputation over time. So we're excited.
Yeah, that's great news, Coach, that we had such a great turnout of collegiate climbers. Of course, the host school, your team, Brevard College Tornadoes, but also Lees McRae, Butler University, who you mentioned, from Indianapolis, App State, UNC Chapel Hill, Duke, Western Carolina, and UNC Charlotte, all with climbers competing. I know you met with the team before they headed over here to the Brevard Rock Gym for today's competition. You know, what was sort of, you know, your message to them and your strategy going into today's comp?
You know, it's funny you ask because I had this instinctual feeling that today was just going to be a monumental day for not only our team, but Brevard Rock Gym and Brevard as a whole. I kind of had an inkling that we would get a lot of people here, but I had no idea it would be this many people. And just kind of my overall message to the team members was, hey, it's happening, y'all. This team is growing, the sport's growing, the region's growing, and y'all are to thank for that. So, you know, just continuing to represent yourselves in a positive light, being good ambassadors of the college, being ambassadors of the team, and just, you know, representing yourselves well, because that's important too, and they do such a great job at that. And so, yeah, wow, you know, getting on the Olympics train there, just seeing how climbing has grown exponentially. Just in the 3 years of my being the coach of this program, it's been super inspiring, and yeah, it's blowing up. I think this is a good visualization of just how big it's getting.
Now we're watching one of your climbers right now on this near wall attempt a problem. That looks like Nate, correct?
Yeah, it's junior team member Nathan Bopel. Definitely an impressive climber. Has actually a golf background. And then joined the team his freshman year of the college, and he's been a great addition since coming on. He's a go-getter. Definitely has a lot of patience in his climbing. I think that shows on the wall, and I think he kind of gets that from playing the old game. So,
and just prior to that climb by Nate, we saw Taylor attempt to climb on this near wall. Tell us a little more about him.
Taylor is somebody, he's also one of our captains, but Taylor is another individual with a lot of patience. He really loves to analyze the climb and does it in a very positive and productive way. And that definitely shows through his own climbing. And it's really cool just kind of how each climber adapts their own style, their own kind of way about them, and how they're able to express that via the medium of climbing. So, yeah, Taylor. He's an exceptional human being, and we're lucky to have him.
Taylor Everard, junior from Summerville, South Carolina, and Nate Boppel, the junior from Clover, South Carolina. While we're at it, let's run through the rest of your roster. I'd love to hear about all your climbers. Let's switch over to the women's side. A climber who's had a lot of success in her freshman season so far, and you know, she's got her eye on the prize today, Madison Altman.
Yeah, Madison is definitely a star of our team. got a lot of respect for her, just kind of watching her from the youth realm to where she is now and how she's having great success through the program and how she's been able to adapt to the rules of collegiate climbing. It's been really impressive. She, she'll say she's nervous, but you never see a nerve in her climbing at all. She's just so dialed in, and you could tell she's come from good coaching and a lot of experience in terms of the competition realm. Her whole family's here today, so huge shout out to them for driving all the way up here from the Atlanta area of Georgia. Super nice folks. They care so much about her climbing, and she's so excited that they're up here. And we love it when our family and our fans come to show support, and we know that's a big sacrifice for them, but it's something that they enjoy. So yeah, thanks to them for being here.
Now, also on the women's side is Danielle Brown, a sophomore from Greer, South Carolina, who I know has been a key contributor this year to the team as well.
Yeah, Danielle came to me last spring and expressed an interest in the team, and she has been a star as well as Madison in terms of representing our females. And Danielle could be a Division I athlete probably with any sport that she plays. And the fact that, she's able to transition that talent over into climbing, even being somebody that's really just broken into the competition realm this past year, it's amazing to watch. She's got an incredible climbing style, very smooth, very calculated. So love watching her climb. And just an awesome person to be around. She's got a great energy. So,
now back to the men's side. We talked about Nate and Taylor, but how about Carlton, freshman from Savannah, Georgia, who's come up big this year for you?
Yeah, Carlton has been clutch. He's been growing into his own climbing style that I mentioned about earlier, especially this year. Definitely somebody that scores a lot of points for us. He is. If you ever get a chance to watch Carlton, he's ripped. He's a stout climber, and it's just a lot of fun to be around as well. Loves the team, loves Brevard College, loves the rock gym. He is the epitome of a Brevard College student. So we really enjoy having him on the team, and he actually left for a semester to go take care of some of his family, and worked with me through the whole process of him being gone for a semester, and I just had a great deal of respect for that, and told Carlton he always had a spot on this team. So I think that's just kind of who he is as a character, is in terms of taking care of what he needs to take care of, and then when it's time to show up and go to work, he can do that too. So.
Now, continuing on as we get through your roster here, Coach, a newcomer to the team, Jake Roberts, sophomore, came from Southern Methodist University.
Yeah, Jake's our spring transfer student, and he has latched onto the team, and I think even more so the team has latched onto him in such a positive way. He's brought so much positive energy, a lot of experience with climbing, coming in from the Nashville area, growing up. He's worked in gyms and facilities. He's familiar with the competition realm, and he just loves to have fun while he's climbing. And just a funny guy, always cracking jokes, always cracking smiles, and just somebody that just makes you feel good to be around.
By the way, for the viewers, you just saw Madison Altman complete a problem there, so it looks like she's having a good start to her comp this afternoon.
Yes.
Next up, Coach, is Mac Fitzgerald, the sophomore. We had him on Tornado Talk this past week. It was great to get him to know him better, and a Willie major on the Wildlife Leadership Program here at Brevard College. Tell us even more about Mac.
Yeah, Mac is he's another character on our team. We love having him. Always positive, always excited to climb. Loves Brevard. He's somebody that really takes a lot of pride in this program. He's one of our first recruits to Brevard College climbing team when we made the transition from a club in 2016. So he's definitely one of the formative members, and also a captain of the team, and a great leader. He loves to motivate, and get people psyched to get on the wall and just try their hardest. So I love that energy from Mac. So we appreciate having him on board.
And as we've run through your roster, we've saved the senior for last, Sam Willis out of Indiana.
That's right, Sam Willis, man. He's probably I guess he's traveled the farthest on our team in terms of location. Coming all the way from Indiana. He's an awesome guy. He, like I said, like Mac, loves his team, has a lot of great pride in the program. And he's somebody that brings his background to climbing in terms of him being growing up being an ice hockey and former soccer player at Brevard College as well. And just when the team made his transition, he jumped right on board. He was a club member and decided that he wanted to go put all his cards in on the climbing program. So he's been a blast to work with, super respectful. He's a senior, but he still has another year with us. So he's just kind of an overachiever in the classroom and double majoring. So he's got a little bit heavier of a workload, but he's able to channel that and come to work when it's time to climb. So.
Now, Coach, I'll let you go for just 1 second here. We're also the host of this event here at Brevard Rock Gym, so a lot going on. Coach is going to step away for just a second to attend to this business, and I'll keep on keeping you appraised of what you're watching here. We saw Madison Altman and also Nate Boppel and Carlton Angel complete some problems here on the near wall. Lots of action throughout the Brevard Rock Gym as the problems increasingly become more challenging as these climbers continue to challenge themselves in this red point format. Coach, everything under control?
Oh, yeah, we're squared away.
Very
man.
good.
Just helping entertain guests. Just tending to needs and making sure everybody's having a good time. So we're back.
Well, Coach, I also know you have a big silent auction going today and some great opportunities for fans in attendance to bid on some really cool prizes.
Yeah.
Would you like to talk a little bit more about the silent auction and perhaps some of those sponsors that helped you out with that?
Definitely. What's been cool about this program over the years is just how the community rallies to show support for the team members and just the program as a whole. Our team members were tasked with going out into the community and reaching out to local businesses and to see if they would donate some prizes. We were looking to do a raffle or a silent auction, just how the cards fell. The silent auction was the better call. And so we have a lot of prizes. Our biggest package is valued over $300 worth of gear. The second package of the three is about $250, and then the third about $185 worth of stuff. And these are gift cards. These are water bottles, coffee mugs, climbing gear. Man, just too much stuff to name, honestly. And just, I do want to give a shout out just to these tremendous folks in the community who showed so much support to us. And, of course, that's Brevard Rock Gym, DD Bullwinkles, and The Hub, Sycamore Cycles, Pisgah Coffee Roasters, the Sunrise Cafe, Black Dome Mountain Sports over there in Asheville, Pescados Burritos, Headwaters Outfitters, Brevard College Alumni Department, and Next Venture Outdoors. So 11 local businesses that, didn't have to offer up anything, but just love showing support, and we love to give it back to them. So go see those awesome folks and go support their businesses because they're great folks. I can definitely speak for them. So.
Well, do want to thank those sponsors. Certainly the money raised from the silent auction will go to a very good cause, which is helping in the operations of the Brevard College climbing program. Coach, last thing, sort of big picture, as far as Brevard College and how unique the Brevard College. Talked about this before on the weekly talk show, but this may be a new audience. Can you tell folks how we're different than so many college teams as far as treating it like a varsity team and, really the team concept behind the Brevard College climbing team?
Yeah, I think, obviously we don't know this or not, but it seems that we're the only varsity team in the country. And if that's the case, wow, how incredible. But we also take a lot of pride in kind of setting the bar for USA Climbing Collegiate and trying to inspire other teams to jump on board as varsity and become a part of their athletic department. Just because the sport is growing so much and so fast with the climbing being in the Olympics coming up in 2020.
Yeah, and that ESPN coverage lately too is just propelling it to another level, really growing it to bigger audiences all the time.
Yeah, and it's so awesome to see just that climbing's finally getting the respect it deserves as a sport. You know, what these individuals are doing is incredibly challenging. It's hard on the body. It's incredibly mentally draining. So you need a lot of mental stamina to be a good rock climber. As much fun as they look like they're having, there's the challenge, right? And that's getting from bottom to top, especially here at the bouldering competition, and just trying to strategize throughout. You know, obviously we have long lines today with the zone judging, so climbers aren't going to be able to get as many climbs in as they want. So that's, making their attempts count that much more, because if they don't get it, they have to wait in line for about 15 climbers before they can get on the climb again. So attempts are really going to matter today. It'll be interesting to see how people adapt.
That's interesting, Coach. So, the red point format, the unlimited attempts,
right.
But because of the volume of climbers today, you might not be able to take truly unlimited attempts. You've got to be strategic and smart about what problems you choose, and also like you said, the pressure to complete those problems.
Yeah, this is definitely what I would like to call and dub a pressure competition. Like I said, just with all the traffic here, it's gonna be near impossible to just keep getting back on the wall. So you got to factor in your resting amount. You got to factor in not locking up, so continuing to stretch while you're waiting in line, eating food, drinking water, taking shoe breaks and stuff. All that is going to matter today, and just staying loose overall. I think that's an awesome challenge. I think this is really great for especially our climbers to experience. Being that this is our home competition, we've never really experienced this long of a wait to climb. So I'll have to check in with some of my climbers here in a little bit and see how they're adapting and just coach them up, keep them positive, and But overall, man, it looks like everybody's having a blast. I mean, I keep seeing people topping climbs, which is awesome to see. That's what you want. I got to give credit to the route setters that came into Brevard Rock Gym and set over 70 rock climbs. For this gym, and as small as it is, that is, y'all, I can't even tell you how big that is. And they're the real MVPs of competitions, just putting in hours upon hours, creating sequences and routes for these college students to climb on. And helping Brevard Rock Gym out as well, because this is their product. This is what they sell is quality route setting. So it's fun to watch people conquer these things.
Yeah, it certainly looks like a challenge for these climbers this afternoon, and it's going to be interesting as the day rolls on to see how the points, begin to accumulate.
Right.
Coach, final thoughts? I know we're going to talk to some of your climbers personally throughout the broadcast as well. We look forward to talking to them, but anybody else you want to give a shout-out to, or, final thoughts on the afternoon?
Yeah, I just, want to thank, obviously, Brevard College for, helping support us and being so charismatic about us doing this whole thing. I just want to reassure them that, hey, look, it's working. But also definitely want to give a shout-out to the folks at home tuning into the live stream. We appreciate your support. We appreciate your good feedback and stuff like that. So, let us know if you enjoyed this program. Let us know what you're up to. Come hang with us, recruits that are out there. If you're interested in getting on the team, you can reach out to me via email. It's travis.gray@brevard.edu. And again, that's travis.gray@brevard.edu. And definitely looking forward to talking to you, introducing you to the team, and showing you around Brevard and Brevard College. So come on up.
Well, hopefully we'll hear from some of those prospects. Certainly a unique place to experience the sport of climbing as a student athlete with a varsity program at Brevard College, and also in the, with the Pisgah National Forest as your backyard to do some outdoor climbing as well.
I tell you what, Phil, that's one of the main reasons I stick around aside from the team is just the world-class rock climbing that we have here. And there's multiple lifetimes worth between me and some of our athletes and some climbers at the college. We're still finding stuff to clean up and develop and, add to our own individual climbing resumes. So definitely a lot of impressive climbs and classic climbs to be had here. So, it's not just in the gym.
Well, congrats, Coach, on what looks like another great competition, the third annual of this, spring version of the competition. You had one here in the fall as well, and best of luck throughout the day. I know you've got some coaching to do, and we look forward to talking to some of your student athletes a little later in the show.
Yeah, we'll get them up here, Phil. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Coach. That was Travis Gray, head climbing coach for Brevard College. Appreciate him joining the show and helping us describe the action as well as hopefully informing you on all that's going on at Brevard College with the climbing team as the action continues. And like Coach Gray mentioned, although this is a red point format, unlimited climbs, the amount of climbers that are here have created long lines at each judge, and therefore the unlimited climbs may be limited to a degree, and every climb will count. As we now are taking a look at Madison Altman, the freshman from Noonan, Georgia, attempt a problem here. It looks like a pretty difficult climb there, and so far so good for Madison. And that was Madison Altman. Great crowd here of spectators as well. As another tornado attempts a problem. This looks like Jake Roberts, transfer from Southern Methodist University. Roberts joined the team in January. And nice work there by Jake Roberts. And Carlton Angel at a interesting part of the Brevard Rock Gym where you're essentially upside down for the entire problem. So we'll look now at a climber from Butler University. Great to see the squad from Butler all the way in Indianapolis making the trip here to Western North Carolina. And here's one of Butler's climbers right now. Not only Butler University and, of course, host Brevard College, but Lees McRae, App State, UNC Chapel Hill, Duke, Western Carolina, and UNC Charlotte in the house. Taking a look now at Mac Fitzgerald, sophomore for the Tornadoes. Mac out of Columbia, South Carolina. You're watching the third annual Boulder Bash hosted by Brevard College at the Brevard Rock Gym. If you want to come on by to the Brevard Rock Gym, 240 South Broad Street, all sorts of programming here for you, including some open bouldering times every week. Tuesday and Wednesday evenings from 5 to 9, as well as Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 7 on most weekends if there's not a competition happening. And Cameron and Rachel will set y'all up and get you going on the sport of rock climbing. Great preparation if you're planning on heading out to the Pisgah National Forest and trying some boulders. Great place to build your strength. There's a whole training area here as well where you can really build yourself up specifically for the sport of climbing, including that all-important finger strength. As the competition continues, and you see, even though we're only about an hour into the competition, and this is a red point format, so unlimited attempts. You can see the advanced nature of many of these problems that these pack in. Action picking up throughout the gym as these problems become tougher and tougher, and these climbers really making some great efforts to complete these problems. And the crowd getting into it as well. Not just the spectators, but the fellow climbers. And a really cool thing about this sport, what you'll notice is the team is cheering for each other. At the end of the day, these climbers know what the other's going through. No matter what uniform you may be wearing, you love to see success in terms of a successful climb. Action continuing here. And happy to be joined now by one of the climbing student athletes from Brevard College, Mac Fitzgerald. Mac.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, good to have you. Well, you were a recent guest on Tornado Talk, and now back here on the broadcast, and we're witnessing the real deal here. First off, how has the competition gone for you personally so far?
Personally, it's been going really well. I've been putting down a bunch of moderates, about to start putting up my harder climbs. So my goal is to get my top 5 hard climbs in the next hour or so. Gonna take a couple breaks here and there, but hopefully get it all done relatively soon. After that, gonna work on hard stuff that I probably won't be able to finish, but we'll see.
Yeah, so there's a strategy involved, even in these red point competitions where there's unlimited attempts. And what your coach Travis Gray had said was, because of the amount of climbers here today and some of these lines for the judges, that you really got to make your climbs count.
Absolutely. Every attempt here counts today. We've got a bunch of climbers that have shown up, which is awesome. But at the same time, lines are long, so every attempt really matters.
Outstanding. And have you been able to talk with your teammates as far as how they're approaching the day? And are you guys all kind of doing the same deal?
Yeah, we're doing 3 attempts per climb, just to maximize our efficiency here. I've been talking with a couple of my teammates. We're all on track. We're all climbing well. Everybody here is climbing well today. It's super exciting.
Now, although this is your home gym, the Brevard Rock Gym, you know, the routes are set without your knowledge.
Oh, yeah.
You came in here, maybe less than an hour before the competition started, and you were able to mentally perhaps get prepared on some of
Absolutely.
these routes.
Yeah.
Talk about that process and sort of like you as an athlete, how you approach that when you arrive at the gym and as you look at the routes.
For sure. So since it's home field here, I know the route setters, I know their styles, and I know how the routes here are graded. So I've got my own little range of what I can confidently climb. So I start off by looking at the color tape. If it's from green to blue, I strongly consider it for the competition. I'll look at what the holds look like, what the movement would be like. Really focus on, is it going to be more of an endurance climb or more of a power climb? So really it's all about duration of the climb, types of holds, and difficulty of the climb.
Yeah, and roughly 70 problems available for you.
67. Oh, yeah.
67 was the final number.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm sure, just calculating all that and figuring out, what's going to be the priority. There's really a bit of a science to it, I'm sure.
Yeah. A whole lot of strategy behind this sport. Shocking amount, to be honest.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, a great turnout from a lot of the other college programs throughout the Appalachian region, and even all the way from Indianapolis. Butler University is here in the house. As far as that Appalachian region goes, a lot of these climbers you built relationships with, I'm sure, and you see them from time to time in all these comps?
I know many of the climbers here at the competition today. I've competed with them and against them for the past 2 years now, so I know many of these climbers pretty well.
Mac, we talked to you last week on the Tornado Talk show, but would like listeners who maybe are hearing from you for the first time to get to know you personally a little better. You're from Columbia, South Carolina.
Yep.
Tell folks a little bit how you found Brevard and also what you're majoring in here at Brevard College.
So I found Brevard because I was looking to major in wilderness leadership and experiential education, and I saw that Brevard had one of the best programs for that. So I got in contact with an admissions officer. That turned out to be Travis, my coach. And
funny how that works, right?
Really funny how that works. And after a few months, he ended up taking the position as the climbing coach. And I was interested in climbing at the time, so he and I talked back and forth about it. He ended up recruiting me to the climbing program, so that's how I found my way to Brevard.
Excellent. And as far as the wilderness leadership program goes, tell folks a little bit about just how experiential that is. You guys really get out there in Pisgah National Forest, and I'd imagine even beyond all the natural resources here in western North Carolina. Give people maybe a little bit of an inside look exactly what that's like. Yeah,
so for example, in an intro to wilderness leadership, our 101 level course, there's one lab day quote unquote, where you go into the woods for 4 hours and practice your hard and soft skills. And then there's a classroom day, which is only about an hour and 15 minutes. So you really get to immerse yourself in nature, and it's super special.
Yeah, and I'm sure your climbing skills, certainly help you there. And, and I'd imagine you're able to help some of your classmates in that program too, as far as your expertise in the area of climbing.
Absolutely.
Mac, we'll let you go. I know you've got to get back to action here, but appreciate you joining the broadcast.
Absolutely.
Best of luck for the rest of the competition.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Mac Fitzgerald, sophomore from Columbia, South Carolina. Appreciate him taking some time out of his competition to join us for the program. And the excitement continues here at the Brevard Rock Gym. Mac Fitzgerald describing some of the strategy involved in today's event. And certainly the Tornadoes with a home wall advantage, as this is where they train. However, those routes aren't revealed to any of the competitors until just before the competition. And we're going to shift from Danielle Brown to Sam Willis on the near wall here, closest to our camera location. Big effort there from Sam Willis, senior from St. John, Indiana, just outside of Chicago. Several zones here. I believe the final number was 7. And nearly 70 problems for these climbers to choose from. Carlton Angel on the far side, freshman from Savannah, Georgia, attempting a problem here. And you can see head coach Travis Gray speaking with Carlton following that attempt. And now looks like Madison Altman, not sure if it's the same exact problem that Carlton attempted, but somewhere in that vicinity, in that zone. And you can see Madison starting very low there, you know, kind of beyond. And now getting started. An early exit there for Madison on that problem. There, both Carlton and Madison look like the same spot. They may have had a hold up there. You can see Mac Fitzgerald, who was just a guest on the show, spotting for one of the climbers from one of the other schools. Again, one of the cool aspects of this sport, you know, the way these climbers help each other out regardless of whatever name might be on the front of the uniform. So just a couple minutes ago, you saw Max Fitzgerald attempt what looked like that same problem that was giving many climbers fits over there in that far corner, and it looked like he completed it. So congratulations to Mac. As the third annual Boulder Bash hosted by Brevard College rolls on here at the Brevard Rock Gym. Come check it out, 240 South Broad Street. You could also find the Brevard Rock Gym on Facebook and learn more about this facility, and certainly be sure to like Brevard College Tornadoes Athletics as well as the Brevard College climbing team pages on Facebook as well. You can see a big crowd at that zone right there. Head coach Travis Gray, Carlton Angel, Mac Fitzgerald. As they're watching looks like a UNC Chapel Hill climber at the moment. And now here comes Carlton Angel. This route begins very low once again. And we'll see Carlton begin to scale this route. Great effort there by Carlton Angel. You could hear his teammates cheering him on. Looked like a very difficult problem. So he's at the moment beyond our line of vision from our camera location, but Jake Roberts sizing up a problem around that corner right there. So, although he's out of the line of vision, Jake Roberts on the wall at the moment. You can see head coach Travis Gray polishing off a few of those objects on a couple of those routes in that corner as well. And looks like Madison Altman getting ready to go once again. Altman, who won the women's competition at Wake Forest back in November and has racked up a couple of second place finishes. Most recently at the Tennessee Bouldering Authority in Chattanooga. And Altman completes the problem. Very nicely done there by Madison Altman. Madison, with many family members in attendance, made the trip over from the Atlanta area. Great to see her family here to cheer her on, as well as all the fans who made trips in from throughout the Southeast, and also Butler University making the trip all the way from Indianapolis. And Max Fitzgerald back in action. Now Nate Boppel sizing up a problem, and here comes Nate. Good looking climb there from Nate on the far side of the Brevard Rock Gym. As we'll now see a climber from Carolina, Chapel Hill. And here's another Tar Heel climber attempting a problem here on this near wall. All right, so we just got word that this event will officially conclude at 6 p.m. It did get started a few minutes late, as Mac Fitzgerald now on that zone that you're essentially upside down the entire time. And that was Jake Roberts, who you just saw there from Brevard College. Looks like Taylor Everard sizing up a problem. But another climber heading up before him. And here goes Taylor Everard of Brevard College. Nice attempt there for Taylor, but unable to finish off that problem, so he'll regroup. And Carlton Angel of Brevard College attempting another problem in that far corner. So we'll be going till 6 p.m. was the official word after a slightly late start from the original 2 p.m. start time. This a red point format competition, which means climbers have unlimited attempts. Nearly 70 boulder routes. And several zones to choose from for these climbers. If you're not familiar with how USA Climbing Bouldering is scored, the easiest climb, which is labeled problem number 1, receives the fewest points, 100 points. And then on up, as that was Madison Altman on the far side there. So for instance, problem number 30 is worth 3,000 points. We received word that I believe 67 problems are available for these climbers. So 6,700 points. All right, happy to be joined now by Madison Altman, one of the Brevard College Tornadoes who are competing today at the Brevard Rock Gym. Madison, so far, how's the competition going for you?
It's a lot of fun. I'm enjoying it. There's some really well set routes, and I'm just having a ball, just crushing it.
So it's a red point format, so there's unlimited attempts, but I noticed some big crowds at some of these zones. Does that kind of change your strategy as far as getting, some of these problems in earlier than you usually would?
It's more of a personal strategy. I don't want to share my strategy with people because it kind of helps me get.
Well, I can certainly respect that. You don't want secrets. Madison, I am thrilled to see that you have a bunch of family members here in attendance who made the trip over from Georgia. How special is that for you to have the family here with you?
It's really special. I'm really happy they came, and it's great to see my family show up and come watch me climb. I really enjoy it.
You've had a great season so far, including a win at Wake Forest, but I know you're focused on today's competition. But if you can talk a little big picture for us, how do you like it here at Brevard College? How's your experience been going so far?
I really like Brevard College. I like the classes. I like the climbing. I just love everything about Brevard.
Now, have you been able to get out into Pisgah National Forest from time to time and use some of these skills that you obviously have become an expert of here in the gym, but maybe get out there on some boulders in nearby Pisgah?
Oh yeah, I go out every once in a while, especially when it's not raining, because the rain really hinders the climbing. But when I can, I definitely go outside.
Now, if I can, I'd like you to talk about your teammates a little bit. And there's one other female climber on the team, Danielle Brown.
Yeah.
So, I know how you student athletes go. You're humble. You don't like talking about yourself and all that. But I want you to show off a little bit about Danielle, just how great of a teammate she is and, what makes her, an awesome student athlete here at Brevard College.
I would say Danielle's awesome. She climbs really strong, and she's very passionate, and she's just a great person to climb with and compete with.
Well said. Well, I'm not going to keep you too long, Madison. I know you're chomping at the bit to get back out there, and in this red point format, you have unlimited opportunities. Now, they did announce that the competition's going to go on until 6 p.m., so that's 3 more hours. Does that help matters that it's a longer stretch of time?
It really helps it because you have more time to climb some of these routes and get more projects and different routes in.
Great. Well, congratulations, Madison, on a great season so far. Keep up the great work, and good luck today as this competition continues to roll on.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Madison. That was Madison Audman of the Brevard College climbing team. Great to have her on the broadcast, and great to have many of her family members in attendance. And we're joined now by Director of Athletics, Miranda Nash. Miranda, thanks for joining the broadcast.
Hey, Phil. I'm glad you're here. This is an exciting event.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun to broadcast a sport that, granted, a lot of the general public may not know a lot about yet, but it's been fun to see these athletes in action. A real outstanding turnout of colleges that sent climbers here. Not only, of course, hosts Brevard College, but Lees McRae, Butler University from all the way in Indianapolis, App State, UNC Chapel Hill, Duke, Western Carolina, and UNC Charlotte all represented today. As the Director of Athletics at Brevard College, how important and unique is having a climbing team as part of your offering of sports?
Yeah, it's definitely unique. People ask me a lot of questions about it, and honestly, I'm still learning a ton. So this is the second competition I've been able to come to. The one in the fall, I think we had a really busy day that day, and so I wasn't able to stay as long as I'd like to. But just the spirit of this sport, they're so supportive of one another. It doesn't have to be your team. We were just watching a guy getting up on the wall, and they were cheering him on the whole way. And they probably don't even know who the guy is. So just the camaraderie, I think, is pretty neat about this sport. So I look forward to our few of our athletes, going to regionals and hopefully qualifying for nationals. And, just from my personal knowledge of being around it, it's been great. So I'm glad we were able to host it here in Brevard so that we can attend and have these fabulous athletes here in our little town.
And climbing really it's the perfect fit for Brevard College, being right next door to the Pisgah National Forest and with so many natural resources, with the wilderness leadership major that Brevard College offers. Talk about that a little, just how climbing fits into the culture of Brevard College.
Yeah, it's coming back after 3 years, I think it's kind of cemented in our culture. And so, I think that these guys go out into the forest and they know the spots. And I look at a boulder and I would have no idea how to get up that thing. But they have these, they're kind of ingrained and they study it. And they, for them, it's like a subject. So, it's nice to have these conversations with them, and it's just so different than any other sport that we have. And a lot of people compare it to cycling, and you can't compare these sports outside of that they're just not NCAA sports. I don't know how the NCAA would ever sponsor something like this, because they can go and climb at competitions and win money. And that's something that we would want these student athletes to be able to do if they're the elite athlete that they are. So great fit for Brevard College, great fit for our area. They have a lot of local sponsors and partners. Silent Auction's doing good out there. They're going to raise a lot of money on that. So, it's just a good fit for us.
Yeah, the site that viewers are witnessing right now, the Brevard Rock Gym, a longtime partner of Brevard College, and, really makes for a convenient home court for these student athletes. Now, you mentioned cycling. Certainly, Brevard College has an illustrious cycling program, all 3 disciplines, mountain biking, cyclocross, and then road cycling, which is starting up soon. Back, same sort of question as the last one. I can't think of too many schools around the country, if any, that have varsity programs in both cycling and climbing.
Yeah.
We're still doing the research, Coach Gray and I, whether we are indeed the only varsity climbing program.
Right.
Talk about that as the director of athletics, what it means to have varsity programs in these 2 sports and what benefits the student athletes receive by being varsity athletes versus like a club team.
Mm-hmm. I think the biggest thing is funding and sponsorship, and a head coach, having someone that's dedicated, like Travis is dedicated to being at their practices, and he's dedicated to planning their travel. So a student isn't responsible for having to do that. And so, safety-wise, it's also great to have someone there that can spot for them and provide advice. And, even just a mentor, having someone that, in your 4 years of college, you could ask them anything you want. So for me, I think it's great that we have a head coach dedicated to that sport, and that's his only job. He doesn't have any other job outside of coaching. With cycling, I was having a conversation with Tim Coffey the other day, and because, they have their disciplines of which event they prefer, and road scares me to death. I could lose sleep overnight, but it's their passion and their love, and they, you have to be just as safe climbing a rock as you do cycling and on a road, and so it's definitely an adventure sport for us and thrill seekers, but just their passion and zest for life, it definitely diversifies our pool of athletes at Brevard, and they're welcomed in our athletic department for sure.
And you mentioned, having a head coach, and then, a lot of perks like, having, uniforms and equipment and coverage on websites and things like that. So certainly a advantage of sorts, I would imagine. Being a varsity team versus a club team, as high school students are thinking, hey, I'd love to climb in college. Where should I go?
Yeah, and Mission Health has been a huge sponsor of ours this year. This is the first year we partnered with them in a sponsorship setting for cycling and climbing specifically. So they've sponsored all of their uniforms. In cycling, they sponsored this tent setup that they've got, this home base that looks awesome for them. And so I think that for them to be able to get a nice kit this year and get truly what they want, I'm very thankful for Mission Health in that. So it's been great.
Yeah, we certainly thank Mission Health for their sponsorship of the Brevard College climbing team as well as the cycling program. Now, as far as athletics at whole, Miranda, we're entering the spring season, in fact, well underway with the spring season. What's going on as far as overall, if you can give kind of a state of the union of Brevard College athletics?
Put me on the spot. I'm really excited for our softball team. I think they're going to have a stellar season. They've had quite a bit of changes in their scheduling this early on, so I know they're ready to get after it. Hopefully tomorrow, bearing the weather, and it looks like it's going to be a nice day. Tennis has been doing a fantastic job. They have a ton of home matches this year. So I told Evan I was really thankful that he's got so many home matches that I can come to and watch and be a part of. Baseball has started off pretty well. They're going to be going to Piedmont tomorrow, so they'll play tomorrow and Monday, and they're in the conference schedule now, from here on. Men's lacrosse, man, they've had a great year. They're up at Hood today, quite a long drive up there, but he's going to be able to have some parents there from our New England kids and even Canadian kids, and so being able to go a little closer to home for them, although not quite there. He's also going to have some recruits there that'll be able to see our team. And then women's lacrosse just had a big win, so it's nice that they've had an incredible start off to their year this year as well. So excited for spring. I hope it starts to feel like spring outside. So as long as the weather catches up with the sports, we'll be good.
That's right. You mentioned women's lacrosse, a 6-4 win over Randolph today. So congratulations to them. And then if you want to head on over to Brevard College, hopefully the weather will be fine. But on the schedule as we speak, softball has their home opening doubleheader versus Montreat starting at 1 o'clock. And at the same time, essentially, starting a little earlier at 11:30 a.m., Brevard College will host Meredith in women's tennis. So I hope you can head over to Brevard College. And, really for the community, one of my biggest impressions of Brevard College is sort of the open access that, the local, Brevard residents or anybody really in this region has. If they just want to come on over and check out a game, it's really simple. Or if they just want to take a stroll through campus or walk their dog or something like that. Can you comment on that a little as someone who's been around Brevard College, a number of years, all total, as far as how unique that is, that, the community is that involved?
I guess I didn't really realize how involved they were until I left and then came back. It's so nice to go to a mom and pop restaurant around town and see 5 people in there that and it truly is that small town supporting vibe that I loved about Brevard and missed when I left. And so coming back and having that there, and then we even have a Dunkin' Donuts now. Coming back.
Moving on up.
Yeah, exactly. Coming back to the few things that have improved on campus and, in the town. We have some incredible restaurants. And so, if I want to go to a nice dinner, I don't have to drive to Asheville. I could just come here and stay here, and it's great. Or I can go to Asheville if I want to make it a trip. It's a great town too. But, it's incredible the support that our community gives, and it's not people that went to Brevard. This is people who just support because we're their college town team, and that means everything to our student athletes to have that kind of support.
Yeah, I mean, if you Google Brevard, North Carolina, you'll find it on all sorts of lists, best place to visit over the summer or most livable city, that kind of thing. Yeah. And it certainly is an opportunity for these student athletes to go to college in a wonderful setting, in a small setting where they can really enjoy an experiential form of education as well. You mentioned the community. Want to end with this, Miranda. I know you instill in the coaches and student athletes a culture of community service and giving back to the community. If you can comment on that a little, just how proud you are of the student athletes and the work they've done in the Brevard and Western North Carolina region in the community.
Yeah, at Winona State, I had to push it really hard about giving back, and they had a Hometown Hero Award at the end of the year where the person with the most community service got it. And when I came back in July and talking with our coaches, we have some that just really get it. They understand that, giving back to the community that you are at right now, how important that is. And it looks so different in different communities. Our women's lacrosse team has done an incredible job working with the Bread of Life. And, they packed meals at the Methodist Church the other day. And Coach Rosado really gets that it's a huge piece of what being a holistic student is in college. And, we've got our other teams, baseball, they shave their head every year for Versus Cancer, and they've given an incredible amount of money to that organization. So that's coming up soon. It's a little weird to see them bald around campus, but it's for a good cause. And so, it's just something that I think as we talk about what it is we want our student athletes to do, service is always at the top of my mind. It's always a goal for every team that they complete X amount of hours per service. And it's hard for some people, but our partnership with the Boys and Girls Club, especially having Jamie over there now, it's only going to get better, and we're going to be able to instill those values into the youth in the area that we are, and I think that's one of the most important things that they can do.
Yeah, certainly my hat goes off to all the teams at Brevard College and their great work in the community. And, the men's basketball team had a great program this year with Team Impact and a youngster named Russell McKay who became part of the team, and he wants to return next year, and so forth. So really some great work in the community. Thanks for joining the show this afternoon,
thanks for
Miranda.
having me.
Enjoy the rest of the competition. I don't know if you got word. We're going to go to 6 p.m.
Okay.
So these climbers continue to rack up their points, and we'll see when it all shakes out who comes out on top. But certainly it looks like a great day so far for the Tornadoes. Thanks again, Miranda, for joining the show. That was Director of Athletics Miranda Nash. Appreciate it. The third annual Boulder Bash, Brevard Rock Gym in Brevard, North Carolina. Okay, joined now by another Brevard College Tornado student athlete, Jake Roberts. Thanks for joining the broadcast,
Yeah,
Jake.
thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Well, Jake, we're about midway through the competition here at the Brevard Rock Gym. Individually, and on a personal level, how's it been going so far for you?
So far, so good. This is my first semester here at Brevard College, my third comp with the team, and this early in my time with the team, every competition for me is just about having fun and learning as much as I can. And today's just been another one of those days. I'm climbing a lot. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm learning, and it's a wild success.
Now, since you're new to Brevard College, we'd like to let listeners get to know a little more about you and your background. Let's start with the sport of climbing. When did you get started?
So it started. I was in the second or third grade, and my parents said I had to start doing some sort of extracurricular outside of school. The options were Boy Scouts or climbing, and there was a gym in my local town in Columbia, and I started climbing with the gym a little bit more. It spent about a year doing that, and then stopped after a while and got back into it maybe about 3 years ago now. So really started to get back into it in my later years.
So you got started really early compared to, I'm sure, a lot of the student athletes. So this has always been part of your DNA.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I grew up going to the Banff Film Festival with my dad every year. We wouldn't miss it every single year we were living in Columbia when it came around. So I've always had a kind of fascination with this kind of sport, with adventure sports, especially climbing. Now, I will say, as a second grader, I didn't retain too much information from the team. But, hey, it really got me excited to, get back into it as an older person. So.
And you spent much of your youth in Columbia, South Carolina, which isn't too far here from Brevard College.
Yeah.
As you were growing up and, enjoying the outdoors, would you head on up to this region and, enjoy all that, this area has to offer?
Absolutely. I was on a competitive cycling team for quite a long time. And, whenever we were planning mountain rides, we were coming to Brevard. Whether it was, on the trails or on our road bikes, we were always heading up here for whether it be races or just team rides. It was so close. You couldn't pass up the opportunity. So I've always spent a good amount of time up here. As a kid, I went to Rumbling Bald a few times, about an hour, east with my team when I was younger. But, this was always the stomping grounds for sure. Absolutely.
Now, you're very early within your career here at Brevard College. In specific, you joined the team in January and enrolled as a student. So far, so good as a Brevard College student athlete?
Oh, it's been great. It's been a great experience. I've one thing that's really important to me is that team aspect, having that community of people that are all working towards the same kind of thing, and there for each other when, they've had a good day or a bad day or a workout's gone well or not too great. That team construction is really important for me, and it makes me want to be a better climber and a better person every day. So it's been awesome. And I'm really thankful for Brevard to, have this opportunity.
Do want to pick your brain just for a minute, again, about the idea of Brevard College being located right here in western North Carolina,
Sure.
Pisgah National Forest in our backyard. I know the, weather this time of year is often rainy and probably prohibitive. But that being said, you as a climber who spends a lot of time in the gym, how much does this translate to what you can enjoy out there in, a place like Pisgah National Forest?
Yeah. Well, the mentality I've always had with climbing is, the indoor gym was born out of the need to train. You train, moves and skills here in the gym and go apply them on real rock. And now that competition climbing is something that I've added to my holster, I see it as almost two things that kind of coexist. You have the indoor climbing, which is its own thing, its own individual style and influence on the climbing world, and then you have your outdoor climbing, which is where you go after you kind of kind of perfect more and more things inside. So absolutely. And here in Brevard, there's a lot of great little honey holes that you can find just boulder after boulder. I'm not super familiar with everything yet, but I've got a couple buddies that have shown me around, and there's a lot of really good stuff I'm really excited to get into, that's for sure.
Sounds fantastic, and that really is kind of, I'd imagine, the payoff to all the hard work in here.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I've been so bummed this past week because it's rained every day, and I've spent too much time inside, whether that's, doing homework or here at the gym. I've just wanted to get outside recently, but we've got some clear days coming up, so I'm sure I can take that opportunity.
Last thing, Jake, part of the Brevard Rock Gym is also a whole training side of the gym, and talking to Cameron, it was amazing to me how many of the mechanisms there in that training center are specifically to increase the strength for you as climbers. Things like finger strength and the different muscles that a climber needs to use versus your what you would call ball and stick sport, football, baseball, basketball. It's a different form of training. Can you let people behind the curtain a little bit what you guys work on, in terms of training when you're not, climbing the walls?
Sure. So we do a lot of grip strength work. We use this kind of a homemade machine called a pain maker. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but it's a section of different width PVC pipe with a string around it and a weight hanging off of the end. And you'll take it with both hands and twist the rope until the weight is at the top of the PVC pipe, and so on and so forth. It builds your wrist, it builds your fingers, it builds grip strength. That's an exercise we do a lot. Depending on the width of the pipe or the weight, that could vary the difficulty of the exercise. We do a lot of, normal weight room training where we're just lifting weights, whether it be for our legs or our arms. We'll do a lot of, push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, a lot of hanging as well. That increases your grip strength quite a bit. It kind of just gets your fingers used to being in that kind of position. And there are 2 technical training climbing walls in there as well with programmable holds. So you can change the patterns and really, really get a good workout on the other side.
Last thing on that topic, the lower body, and I'd imagine feet and toes are incredibly important in this sport. Can you talk a little bit about that? And,
sure.
Maybe, some of the, training you do to increase those parts of your body?
Sure. So, like you said, one of the kind of biggest misconceptions about the sport is that it's all upper body. You're just pulling your way up the wall, when in fact you're pushing as much off of your legs, more specifically your big toe, as you are pulling with your arms. That way, when you get to a hard move, you've been using your legs so much enough to the point where you can use all of that energy in your upper body. So what we'll do is, we do diagnostic kind of measurements every month, whether it be for, a timed mile run or, for what we can lift on our leg days in the weight room or, all kinds of stuff like that. So we'll do a lot of work to condition, the lower body, and then the other side of that is footwork, and that's something you gain on the wall. So we'll train our feet. What a general rule of thumb is the quieter your feet are on the wall, the better your technique is, because you know exactly where you're putting your feet. You're not kind of swimming around on the wall. But yeah, that's probably one of the most important sides of what we do here in the gym. That's for sure.
Well. Fascinating stuff. I appreciate you educating us a little more about that. And welcome to Brevard College officially. And we're thrilled to have you here. And good luck the rest of today. I know we've got a few hours left with the competition.
Absolutely.
And good luck out there, Jake.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Thanks so much.
All right. That was Jake Roberts. Great to have him on the broadcast. And best of luck to him throughout this competition. And some real fascinating information from Jake as far as some of the training that these climbers go through to prepare for this sport. As the 3rd annual Boulder Bash hosted by Brevard College at the Brevard Rock Gym, 240 South Broad Street in Brevard, North Carolina. Hope you can come on out here to the Rock Gym. In fact, if you're watching and you're in the area, we'll be going till 6 p.m. if you want to come on by. All right, joined now by another Brevard College student athlete from the Brevard College climbing team, Danielle Brown. Danielle, thanks for joining the broadcast.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, Danielle, first and foremost, we're a little more than halfway, through today's competition. The time has been extended till 6 p.m., which probably leaves you the chance to have some more attempts. How's it been going so far for you?
So far, feeling good. Yeah, definitely better than my last competition. There's a lot of people out here. It's a really good time.
Now, Danielle, you're from not too far away, Greer, South Carolina.
Yeah.
So tell us a little more about yourself and your journey. How did you find Brevard College, or Brevard College found you?
Yeah, so senior year of high school, I did a senior project on mountain biking, and that got me interested more in the outdoors. And I went to like a college fair in Greenville, and Brevard was there, and they talked about the mountains and the location and all the opportunity for all the outdoor sports like biking and climbing. Yeah.
And now, had you done any competitive climbing before arriving to Brevard College?
I had never climbed before coming here at all.
Well, it seems like the kind of sport, though, if you're athletic and you have a will that you want to do this thing, you can catch on fairly quickly, I'd imagine.
Yeah, for sure. The community of people that are willing to help you get better is awesome. And that definitely helped me. I started coming to the free climb nights, and I just met a lot of good people, and they helped me get a lot better.
Now, how about in the classroom? What are you majoring in, Danielle?
I'm currently integrated studies with art and environmental science.
Wow. Could you tell us a little more exactly what that means?
Yeah, so started out as an art major, and then integrated studies means it's almost like a double major, but you get to work more on integrating those two majors. And so like my senior project, I can combine like art, like photography, and environmental studies. So it just helps you integrate it more.
Now, I asked your teammate, the other female on the Brevard College climbing team, to talk about you. So I'm going to, repay that favor by giving you a chance to talk about the freshman Madison Altman. Brag about her a little bit, how good of a teammate she is, how good of a climber she is, all those things.
Yeah, for sure. I don't have to make anything up. She's a complete crusher. She's been competing forever, so she has definitely shown me how to compete and has helped me. And just because she's younger doesn't mean she's any less of a crusher than me. She's awesome. I love having her on the team with me.
Outstanding. Well, Danielle, I appreciate you joining the broadcast. Best of luck through the rest of today and the rest of this season. And hopefully, the Tornadoes will come up with a big result when it's all said and done. I'm looking forward to seeing those results come in at the end of the competition. Last thing, Danielle, Brevard College, as far as your experience there has gone, and, the question I love to ask you student athletes is, what makes Brevard College unique? What do you like most about it?
I would definitely say location and community are definitely the top reasons that I've come here and stayed here. There's so many people willing to just help you and get you outside, which is what I love.
Well, it's a tight-knit group, whether it's the Brevard College at large or the Brevard College student athletes, or, if you want to keep on going micro as far as looking at it, the Brevard College climbing team, a tight-knit group as well, and you guys are having a great event today in hosting all these colleges, from throughout the region and as far as Indianapolis today at the Brevard Rock Gym. Thanks again, Danielle, for joining the show. Best of luck the rest of today.
No problem.
All right, that was Danielle Brown, sophomore climber on the Brevard College climbing team. Great to have her on the show as the competition continues. Action throughout the Brevard Rock Gym as this competition will go till 6 p.m. Glad you're able to join us on this live stream broadcast. Hang with us. We'll have some more interviews later in the show and keep you updated as the Brevard Bash, the 3rd annual Brevard Boulder Bash, hosted by Brevard College, rolls on at the Brevard Rock Gym. All right, joined now by Carlton Angel of the Brevard College climbing team. Carlton, a freshman on the team, and by now a seasoned veteran after the fall season, then a couple competitions leading into this one. First and foremost, how's the day been going so far for you, Carlton?
It's been phenomenal. I've sent a couple of great routes and have a couple more I'm eyeing out and trying to get to know the routes really well so I can give them some great sends.
Now, one thing I could use your help with, Carlton, I think this will benefit the viewers of this live stream. We've been showing them the different zones throughout the gym.
Mm-hmm.
From left to right, I'm going to point to each zone as I see it. And can you kind of just in a quick nutshell describe each location, starting this one, the closest zone to us?
Yeah, this is a good, place to warm up and kind of start out for, I think, the level that majority of our team is climbing. So it's got some sweet routes, some yellows, and I kind of warmed up there a little bit. And, it's a great wall.
Now, this next wall, I noticed the climbers almost get completely vertical, and you're hanging upside down for much of it. It's on the ceiling of a side of the gym here. Can you describe that, where that climber is right now?
Yeah, it's got a lot of character. There's some phenomenal holds, that are great. You can just hang on really well. I have the 45 over there that I'm working on. I just about got it, but I'm gonna send that later on this comp. But I enjoy the overhangs. It's harder routes, and I enjoy all the holds have a lot of character in comparison to the other walls.
Now, the largest wall on the Brevard Rock Gym, I'd imagine there's multiple zones there, and certainly a ton of routes, to choose from. Can you describe all that's going on in that main wall?
Yeah, I've spent majority of my time over there. As you can see, it's it's quite a line, but it's a treat every time you get to the wall and get your climb. Majority of the people have been hanging around there, so I make sure it gives me a lot of time to perfect my route that I'm going to. So there's no hesitation in where I'm going, which helps me send these routes, and I enjoy it. And you take every moment for the fullest when you get that chance to go, because it takes a while. But there's some more overhang stuff. There's less vert. There's a little more vert. So you can do a combination of routes over there. But probably my favorite section of this gym.
Now, finally, and it's a little tough for us to get a camera angle on this. Well, we'll hang here with Jake first. We want to see Jake. So describe what Jake you think is attempting there.
Yeah, he's doing a green, and looks like he's doing a little, getting his toe in there, about to go for the next top left hold. Oh yeah, this man's gonna send it. Easy for Jake.
So completed that problem, no problem, right?
No problem.
Excellent. Well done there by Jake Roberts. So just as we finish up our trip around the Brevard Rock Gym, this last wall, which is a little bit out of our shot, but we'll try to show viewers that's in the green here. Have you spent any time over here, Carlton?
I have not, but I'm right after this, I'm going to make my way over there and see what kind of routes they have. I'm sure there's some more phenomenal routes. Our route setters that we had set our gym have been very consistent and only have made good routes. So I'm looking forward to checking out some more on the green wall.
Well, appreciate all that, Carlton. We, trying to give the viewers the best possible experience here of this competition. Last thing, and I'll let you go because I know you're itching to get back out there. Freshman now, but like I said, you've been here, through several competitions as a member of the Brevard College climbing team. How's your experience been overall at Brevard College? What are the things you like most about it?
It's amazing. It's being located in the Appalachian Mountains where we can just, in 5 minutes go up 276 and go outdoor climbing anytime we want. I grew up on the coast, so we didn't have that. And I've enjoyed, I've mostly done climbing, but, I've diversified myself a little bit, and I whitewater kayak and mountain bike and pretty much anything I can do, in Pisgah. But there's so much to do, and we've done a lot of exploring, trying to find, our own routes, our own rocks, and I have a couple buddies that have found some phenomenal rocks in Pisgah, so it's a blast.
Before I let you go, Nathan just completed a problem here to our left, correct?
Correct.
And Mac on the far side.
Uh-huh.
So action everywhere for the Tornado, so I'm not going to keep you any longer. But, Carlton, thanks for joining the show.
All right,
Good
thank
luck
you.
the rest of today in the competition.
Okay, have a good one.
Carlton Angel helping us describe some of the action. Appreciate Carlton coming on the broadcast and giving us that look throughout the Brevard Rock Gym as this competition continues on. While we were talking to Carlton, both Nathan Evaldi and Mac Fitzgerald were in action. And hang with us. We'll have some more interviews for you as the broadcast continues here from the Brevard Rock Gym in Brevard, North Carolina. Jake Roberts of Brevard College taking on a problem on the far wall. Well done there by Jake Roberts as the third annual Boulder Bash continues. Joined now by Taylor Everard of the Brevard College climbing team. Thanks for joining the broadcast, Taylor.
Yeah, totally.
How's the competition been going so far for you today?
It's been going pretty good. I started off a little rocky, but no pun intended. But I got a good set of climbs in, so now I'm taking a little bit of a break, and then I'm going to get back in there and see if I can even out my scorecard.
Does it help you to take a little break from time to time and kind of just reset, whether physically, kind of get your strength back or, mentally reset?
Definitely. I think a little bit of both. Mostly it depends, but, yeah, mostly it could be mental, and then a lot of times it could be physical because you stress to climb really hard, and just taking some time to take your shoes off and take a break and just watch and walk around. Gives you time to really reset and get your mind back into just a state to approach the climb again.
Now, you all practice here in the Brevard Rock Gym, every week. This is your home gym. However, you're not privy to the routes until you get here, today, just right before the event. How'd the setters do as far as, creating a variety of routes for you guys, and was it? Are they tougher than you expected?
They always do a pretty good job. See, the thing is when you go to different gyms, there's different sets of people making the routes and setting them, and there's obviously a bunch of different styles. I feel like when Brevard Rock Gym hosts a comp, they really try to get a variety of different types of moves and difficulties, organizing the grades and making sure there's a variety for everyone. So, been set on the mark as far as what they've been scored for so far. And, I think it's really shown out when you go to climb them. They feel about right where they're at, with the scoring.
Very good. Now, I would like listeners to get to know a little more about you, Taylor, and
Okay.
your journey.
Cool.
And let's start with climbing. When did you first climb at a gym or a rock on the outdoors?
wow. So first time in a gym was probably with a Boy Scout troop when I was like in middle school or high school. And I didn't really think much of it. It was just fun, Didn't really take it seriously. It was just an activity to do. But then I got to college, and my freshman year, my first semester, I just like fell in love with it. And it's interesting because, when I started out, like, I was still, at a very beginner level, getting into it, buying my first pair of shoes and stuff. And now I would still consider myself pretty down there on the list, but it's not really about that anymore. Most of it's about, do you really enjoy it? Are you having fun? And that's what happened for me, and I just loved it so much. It's been my main source of fitness, my main source of where I meet my friends and everything. And I just think it's great because also the community here. So that's pretty much what's gone on with that. Is I came here and it's just become a really big part of life. And then obviously the school now because they have the team for a while now. So.
And you're a junior from Summerville, South Carolina, so not that far away, from here in Brevard, North Carolina. Was this a part of the country that you would visit, as you're growing up, and come up here and enjoy the outdoors, or have you just been taking advantage of it once you've arrived here?
Yeah, I didn't really travel that much when I was younger with family or anything. Most of it was with the Scouts. So, but yeah, we didn't spend that much time in the Western North Carolina area, which is interesting because it's such a awesome place and it's really beautiful and a lot of outlets for different activities. Yeah.
Well, a common theme as I talk to all you guys on the Brevard College climbing team is you guys have Pisgah National Forest in your backyard. Has that been something you've been able to take advantage of as a student athlete here and as a
definitely.
climber? How much can the skills that you develop here in the gym translate to some of the fun times you can have out there?
I think a lot of stuff, really. I think a lot of learning the basics and how to prevent just minor injuries while you're out there can happen in the gym because you have pads and you have friends to spot you. And when you go outside, you still have pads and people to spot you, but the ground might be graded and sloped, and there might be a tree right where you're about to be when you jump. So it can be kind of hectic when you get outside, and it's a totally different environment. But I think it's good to learn some stuff in a gym. That way, it can help you out there when you go to perform, and there's a little bit more dynamic, elements to it just being outdoors.
Now, join me here, Taylor, as we watch Jake Roberts attempt this problem.
Yeah.
How's he doing there?
So he's at the finish now, and he's throwing a heel hook. But, Jake's been – it looked like
close, huh?
Yeah, he didn't have his heels set, so his weight wasn't on it. And so when he went to reach for the finish hold, his whole body, kind of fell down, and it looked like it jerked him off. But yeah, Jake joined this semester, and he's really awesome, really well melded into the team very well, and he's a really strong climber.
Yeah, we had him on the broadcast earlier, and it seems like he's fit right in.
Yeah,
to
dude,
the team.
I love Jake. He's awesome.
Well, hang with me and let's do commentary on just one more of these climbs. We'll go on this close wall here. This looks like Mac, right?
Yeah. So he's throwing up a high foot, moving into it. It's making it look easy, but yeah, he did what he was supposed to do, moving his hand whichever foot he's got a good placement off of, and leaning into the wall. So when it's slabbed, you do that so you don't fall back off of the wall and everything. I think it trips a lot of people up who are in gyms because, a lot of gyms, some of them won't have a slab wall. So when someone comes to do slab, especially since there's so much slab around here, they get on it and it's different because it's more footwork, and it really it really teaches you how to use your feet more than just brute strength, you know.
We're watching another climber from one of the other schools right now on this near wall.
Yeah, Lees McRae has gotten a large. He's from Lees McRae, but yeah, they've got a large group that's started to travel around to all the same kind of comps that we've had, and I think that's been interesting seeing all the different groups once or twice a month and being able to talk to them and keep up. It's a neat community that's small enough to where you can meet a lot of people, but large enough to where you can get some variety of where you're climbing and who's setting and all that kind of stuff.
Now, you had 2 competitions earlier this spring already. One was at the Tennessee Bouldering Authority in Chattanooga, and the other in Western Carolina University.
That was awesome.
Can you tell folks about how those 2 went and what those competitions were like?
Oh yeah, they're really awesome. It was neat to go to TBA because it's a totally different environment as far as how the people are and how they set their gym up. The gym, I would say TBA is a lot similar to our gym in its construction of, you know, how they set up their walls with the plywood and everything. Their pads are different. They're big and plushy, and it's really fun. But I thought it was awesome that it was a really stout set of climbs there. Not as many people, but we did really good. I think we had both ladies place in that comp.
Yep,
yeah.
indeed.
Which is really cool to see. And most of us guys found ourselves in the middle of the heap. So I think we did pretty good there. And then the other one at Western, do we have anyone?
Yeah, it seemed like a deeper field at Western, so the resorts were quite as stout as at Chattanooga.
Yeah, it's a definitely different area. It's a lot smaller confinement. You know, there's only one base wall, and it overhangs well, no, it's more vertical, and then they have an arch right next to it, so there's not that much space. I think there's less space there than actually here, but that's a lot more interesting too, because it has a large arch, and the setting there was slightly different. So it was fun. I found it kind of challenging for me that time, but now I'm here and I feel, you know, right at home, and it's coming a little bit easier.
Yeah, it's cool to see you guys in your home environment, and also just being gracious hosts to all these other schools. Lees McRae, as you mentioned. Butler University came all the way from Indianapolis, which was
that was a
cool.
surprise. We got a lot of people. I think last year we had around mid-40s of a number of people, and now we have about 70 people competing. So that's really exciting. You know, it's a good problem.
Yeah, no
it's a lot
doubt.
of people, but it's a good thing.
Yeah, it was interesting watching the registration before the event, as the crunch came in, but hats off to Cameron and all the organizers to, keep this thing going smooth. And, we're coming down the home stretch now, so I don't want to keep you any longer, Taylor, so you can get back out there. And you have some more routes in mind for this final stretch?
Definitely. I got myself a good base of climbs, and now I'm just going to cruise around and see if there's any ones that I can fill in some spots or maybe advance in my score a little bit.
Very good. Well, thanks for joining the broadcast, Taylor.
Yeah.
Appreciate some of your insight also as we watched a couple of those climbs too, and we'll be rooting you guys on for this final stretch of the event.
Yeah, thanks again, man.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Taylor. That was Taylor Everard, junior on the Brevard College Tornadoes, as he heads back out into the Brevard Rock Gym. We're less than 50 minutes away from the conclusion, so I'm sure some strategy comes into play now as far as trying to accumulate those points in this red point format with unlimited attempts. And we'll continue to bring you the action of the 3rd annual Boulder Bash hosted by Brevard College. That was Sam Willis on that last attempt for the Tornadoes. Unofficially 43 minutes remaining in this competition. Nearly 70 routes climbers. Climbers from 8 different colleges represented. And this event very much a precursor for the USA Climbing Appalachian Regional Championship in Nashville, Tennessee. Joined now by Coach Carter Smith of the Lees McRae team. Coach, thanks for joining the broadcast.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Well, first things first, how's the competition going for your squad today?
I think it's going really well. This is sort of our second competition of the season, our second official competition of the season. So we're just kind of feeling it out, seeing how all the athletes feel. And then with regionals coming up in a few weeks, we'll kind of change up our training plan depending on how things go today.
Now, by my count, you brought 11 climbers to the event. Is that correct? is that your normal squad that came to the event today?
It's a little less than our entire travel team. We have 14 students on our travel team at the moment, but we went to a competition last weekend as well. And so I think we had 13 at that competition and then 11 at this one. So between the two competitions, almost everyone's competed twice in the last 2 weeks.
Now, Lee's McRae's up in Banner Elk, North Carolina, just outside of the Boone area, and not too far from here in Brevard. And there's a lot of similarities between a place like Brevard College and Lee's McRae. And specifically, what I want to zone in on is the fact that both schools have established climbing teams. Is that something, do you work with the other coaches, such as Coach Gray and stuff, unlike other sports where it's not this cutthroat, keep your secrets to yourself kind of thing. I know that this community is one that is very inclusive and, you guys want everything to go off well.
Yeah. I completely agree. I think the climbing community is unique, especially in competition, because while it is an individual sport, sort of like cross country where there's a team component, everyone's sort of rooting for each other and helping each other out. I was actually just speaking a moment ago with the head coach of Duke and the head coach of Brevard, Travis, and we just exchanged business cards a minute ago to hopefully do some sort of either training camp or some sort of clinic together in the future.
Now, one thing I've talked to a bunch of the student athletes from Brevard College who are competing today about is the idea that, for fun, they have the opportunity to go to Pisgah National Forest. I know your part of the country is, equally gorgeous and all those things, and there's outdoor opportunities. How much do your climbing student athletes get the chance and take advantage of the skills that they have here in the gym, being able to take that out into the outdoors?
It depends on the student. A lot of our students go out on the weekends on their own. A lot of our students actually just started climbing last semester. We're kind of revamping the program this year, and so we have a lot of new climbers on the team, and they haven't quite had as much opportunity to go climbing outside. But in our outdoor recreation management program, I'm actually faculty in that department as well, and we have a rock climbing and an advanced rock climbing class that's geared more specifically towards developing the skills you need to go safely climbing outside. But a lot of the students who are on the climbing team are also in one of those two classes.
And just so listeners can get to know you a little better, what's your background and how did you become expert in the area of climbing?
I don't know if I would say expert, but I've been climbing since I was a pretty young child. But once I was around 14, I got super into training and climbing as much as I possibly could. And then when I was around 16, Travis actually took me under his wing and helped me sort of develop a professional image within the climbing community. So I developed some relationships with companies through sponsorship, and I competed in the American Bouldering Series, which is now the USA Climbing Bouldering Series, as a youth competitor. And I also climb outside a lot in my spare time. But as far as coaching, I've been coaching for Lee's McRae for almost 6 months now, and then I coach at Center 45 Climbing and Fitness as well for their youth team.
Excellent. And I would like you to comment on sort of big picture in the sport of climbing. It's going to be an Olympic sport in Tokyo coming up, which is huge for the sport and the exposure of the sport and opportunities for athletes. ESPN recently signed a deal with USA Climbing. I've been able to catch a couple of those broadcasts on ESPN2. Great exposure for the sport. This sport just seems, by all indications, to be growing by leaps and bounds. Can you comment on that as far as, sort of the explosion of climbing in recent years?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of it has to do with access to the sport. It's historically been a relatively expensive sport to get into, but with the advent of climbing gyms, especially in the U.S., there's been a lot more opportunity for people to start climbing who may not have the means to go climbing outside on their own in the beginning. So there's sort of an inclusivity aspect, and I think the bigger it gets, the more it's going to increase in speed and development. And so they're already talking. They announced this week that. Sorry, I got distracted. One of my students is climbing.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, if feel free, we're zoned in on that student right now. If you want to introduce him to the audience.
So this is Zach Lenkowski. He's climbing on the purple slab right here. He is trying to figure out the second to last move. But he's one of our students who's really, really taken to climbing over the last few months. But yeah, sorry.
Outstanding. Well,
Yeah,
we'll see his
absolutely.
route through here, Coach.
Absolutely. Yeah, so pretty much he just needs to somehow get his right foot higher. It's sort of a flexibility issue. In climbing, having really strong hip flexors and flexible hips, especially in sort of a frog position in yoga, is one of the keys to sticking close to the wall and not falling backwards.
And as a result, is stretching a big part of, as preparation for an event like this, or just in general to be flexible overall?
Yeah, I would say some of the main things we focus on are tactics and technique, because climbing is a skill sport, not unlike tennis or golf, as well as general conditioning and mobility. But we focus a lot of time on core strength and functional mobility, so being able to step high up onto a foothold or reach behind you at awkward angles with your shoulders. So sort of injury prevention and active mobility is super important in our training plan.
Makes a lot of sense. Another of your climbers up on the wall right now, if you'd like to talk about him.
This is Cole Kraft. He's a RA on campus, so he's a very busy man. But he and Zach are both trying, I believe, boulder number 40, which is a hard intermediate climb.
Yeah, boulder number 40 worth naturally 4,000 points. So,
exactly.
A little beyond the halfway point as far as the difficult routes today.
Absolutely.
Can you talk a little bit about the strategy as far as, each climber has one of these yellow sheets that is sitting in front of me here. As far as, planning out a day like today, the red point format, where you have unlimited attempts, but certainly, time's a factor at the same time.
Yeah.
How does, just generally speaking, a climber tackle a competition like this?
That's kind of the golden question, isn't it? I think tactics are super important, especially in collegiate red point rounds like this, where there's a judge scoring each zone of the climbing gym. And so that means that you get to try something one time and then circle back around to the back of the line. Sometimes when it's not this format, you can get 2 or 3 small tries while there's a lull in activity, and you get a lot more time on the wall. But with this, tactics are super important. So I always tell my students to spend their entire time that they're sort of waiting, that 5 or 10 minutes in between attempts, planning strategies, plan A's, B's, and C's for what they're going to do. So sort of visualizing both in first person and third person the different movement options that they'll have in each position. And then on a larger scale, the biggest thing is that you just have a scorecard to turn in, especially at a local level competition where you just have to have something in order to go to regionals. And so having 5 climbs, no matter the difficulty, is the number one step. I even have my students write down their warm-up climbs and go ahead and get those signed off by a judge so they can start sort of stacking in and knocking off their lowest climb with something higher. And that's sort of a good strategy in any red point style competition. But for more championship level competitions where there's only 4 climbs and the competitors have 3 to 5 minutes to attempt each climb, tactics are a little more based on rest and recovery than they are on how many tries to give before you move on, that kind of thing.
Makes a lot of sense as one of your climbers just finishes there. And on the far wall, you had a climber up in
Paul Cope over there just did number, I believe, 37 something. Either 37 or 18. I can't read from here. But I was talking with him a few minutes ago about some strategies to employ on that particular climb. And
we'll finish up with this, Coach. We've got one of your climbers on the near wall here.
Yeah, this is Zach Lenkowski again. He's a freshman. He's from Pennsylvania. He is a very well-trained athlete and is relatively new to climbing, but his overall fitness has transferred super well to climbing.
Great. Well, it sounds like you guys are doing great this season, and wish you the best of luck for the rest of today, but also with the regionals coming up in Nashville. And thanks for joining the broadcast today,
Coach.
Much. Great to have you. All right, that was Coach Carter Smith of Lees McRae. Great to get a little insight on his group of climbers. He's got 11 climbers in this competition, so great to have that sort of participation from the folks from Lees McRae making the trip down from Banner Elk. Just less than 30 minutes to go in this competition. And here's an announcement. So, yes, 30 minutes to go officially. And we'll see how these climbers navigate this final half hour of action. Okay, on the near wall here, Sam Willis of Brevard College attempting a route. Taylor Everard attempting a route way down low, the start on that route. Well done there by Lee's McCray climber. As the biggest crowd remains on the far wall. About 20 minutes left in this competition. Madison Altman on the wall to our far right. Big finish there for Madison. Had her teammates fired up on that last route. Jake Roberts on the far wall. Appreciate you tuning in for the third annual Boulder Bash hosted by Brevard College. We're at the Brevard Rock Gym. If you want to come on by the Brevard Rock Gym, 240 South Broad Street in Brevard, North Carolina. A lot of programming here and opportunities for the public to sample climbing as well. Open bouldering Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday nights, 5 to 9 p.m., and Saturday, Sunday, 2 to 7 p.m. Great value. Get a day pass for $10 here at the Brevard Rock Gym if you want to sample this sport that these outstanding collegiate student athletes have been showing off all afternoon. Brevard College, the host of this event. Also here, Lees McRae. Brevard coached by Travis Gray, coach of Lees McRae, Carter Smith. I want to thank him for coming on the show. Butler University's here from Indianapolis. Some climbers from App State made the trip down from Boone. UNC Chapel Hill and Duke from the Raleigh-Durham Chapel Hill area made the trip over. The Catamounts from Western Carolina are here, as are the 49ers from UNC Charlotte. Great showing of collegiate climbing student athletes at this spring competition, the third annual Boulder Bash. And we're coming down the home stretch here, 13 minutes left in the competition, so running out of time for these climbers if they have their sights set on any more routes. So here's Carlton Angel about to attempt a route here closest to our broadcast location. We spoke to Carlton earlier in the broadcast, and here he goes. And Carlton completes the climb. Very nicely done on that problem by Carlton Angel of the Tornadoes. And 10 minutes to go in this competition, so time running out for these climbers to attempt some final problems. Joined once again by Brevard College head climbing coach Travis Gray. Now, Coach, 8 minutes left in this competition. What are the climbers going through in these final few minutes before that final bell rings?
Yeah, this is really getting down to the wire. People are giving it their all. This is, what they got left in their reserves, more or less, at this point in time. Most of them have secured their top 5 bouldering problems, and maybe they're just trying to replace something out, maybe their lowest climb, perhaps, or maybe they don't have top 5, yet, so they're still grinding away. So you'll start to see some people really throwing down. This is an exciting time.
Now, as far as your climbers go in specific, do you see any of them basically on deck for one final attempt here?
Yeah, it looks like Nathan's over there by the 30-degree wall, chatting with one of the judges, so he looks like he's in line. A couple of our climbers have called it for the day. They got their climbs in. They're feeling good, and they want to end on a good note. I always support that. Looks like Taylor's still in the lineup, and Jake moving some pads around. So we're still grinding away, Phil.
Yeah, it's cool to see these final minutes as that time pressure suddenly enters the equation.
Definitely, and it looks like some people have either stopped climbing as well or headed home. So that's all right. We hope they come back next year.
Well, certainly the lines aren't anything like they were at the start of the competition, So if you want to get one more attempt in, it looks like it's something that's manageable at this point.
Yeah, you got a little bit of time left.
Now, Coach, now that we're coming down the finish line, big picture, successful day. You feel good about how this spring competition went?
Yeah, this was a win in terms of just the community coming together. Word getting out, thanks to you and Joseph, and this has been remarkable. This has definitely been one of the biggest competitions of the year. I think Western last weekend had a similar amount, so it's cool that we're able to keep up with the bigger schools in terms of crowd size, and seems like as crowded as it was, everything's flowed really well. The judges have done a great job of keeping things kind of orderly and structured, and got to give credit to the Rock Gym for organizing that. Looks like we got Jake throwing down on the 42-degree. Well, unfortunate fall there, but he's put a lot out on the table today. He's giving it his all.
And with the 5-minute warning, Jake Roberts, who was on the broadcast earlier, he's been a great addition to your team this January.
Yeah, transferring in beginning of the semester. He's just been such an awesome addition to have, and we talked about it earlier, just how positive he is and motivated to climb and be a part of the team. And he's just found his place here, found his home. So
now it looks like Nate is attempting a problem here. Can you take us through this one, Coach?
Yeah, Nathan's on climb. Started out the sit start out, looked like a big reach there. We're getting tired. Like I said, this is down to the wire. They've been throwing down for almost 4 hours now, so that's a lot of climbing.
And Taylor here on the corner.
Taylor giving it his all on the 42-degree. Steep walls, that's a lot of arms and a lot of technique. So let's see if he gets, good effort there, Taylor. Yeah, I always enjoy this time.
It's kind of the twilight of the event as things are winding down, but at the same time, climbers trying to get that one last completed problem in there.
That last one, man. Just having fun while they're doing it.
Yeah, my number one impression, Coach, this being my first competition in person, is just the good vibe that this sport provides.
Totally.
Regardless of the name on the front of your uniform, everybody's looking out for each other, and it's really a big family.
Yeah, climbing is such a beautiful sport in that sense. Everybody's looking out for each other, and we just want to make sure everybody's having fun, but we also want to make sure that we're minimizing the risk and keeping people safe so that they can keep doing this. That's important. So that camaraderie really goes a long ways and kind of speaks volumes about climbing as a sport. But we still like to keep that competitive edge, and I'm sure you probably talked about a little strategy with some of the climbers, and we try to work some things into our system, and definitely have a reason behind everything we do, so that we can, I guess, win.
Yep. Well, I got some great insight from some of your climbers. Some of them, were very protective with their trade secrets and their strategies, which is understandable when you're in the middle a competition. You know,
That's
you
right.
never know who might be listening.
Yeah, we go through an initiation process where we swear them to secrecy and stuff like that. But no, they're just trying to keep that competitive edge.
Sure.
And, you know, like I said, factoring certain things into our systems. Look at Maddie on the roof. Man, she's had a remarkable day. She doesn't even look tired.
And with 2 minutes going, Madison Altman.
She's getting a nice little hill hook there to keep her in the wall. Cycling those feet through. Little hill hook, toe hook action going on. Oh.
How
Good.
far away was she from completing that problem?
Looks like she was almost to the halfway point, so getting pretty tired there.
Now, just how difficult is the roof? Because you're basically upside down.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be the most challenging wall today. Not necessarily having the most hard climbs on it. I think 70 is over here on the 42-degree wall, but the roof definitely provides a punch. Getting your body horizontal and trying to keep your feet on, it really requires a lot of core strength and different techniques with your legs and stuff. So, but how about these routes today, man? They look like a lot of fun. I can't wait to get in here with the team next week and give them the old coaches try.
And with 1 minute remaining.
1 minute, here we go.
Yes, do want to give a shout out to those route setters who did a great job preparing this facility.
Definitely, yeah. Head route setter Dan Horn did a great job leading the pack, and Kendrick Austin, Adlai, Marquez, Matt Stevens, a couple others. I think Eric Eigner came in here for a celebrity appearance and a couple sets. Dawson Jacobs did some settings, so huge thanks to him. Yeah, man, the community here is just awesome. People are they love to share their knowledge with climbing, and that's really great. So, we're down to the wire. Here we go. 5 seconds left, Phil. Let's see if he's got it. And he'll still be able to climb after the buzzer as long as he's on the wall. So let's hope he gets this one. This looks like a gentleman from UNC. They've been repping pretty hard today, climbing well, strong.
Yeah, and throughout the facility, there's 3 climbers left now, 2
Down
left
to 2.
on the wall.
Yeah, it looks like that guy got it. We got a nice some slab action here.
And our final climber on the near wall.
Yeah, she looks like she styled that one pretty easily. So yeah, just trying to replace out those climbs, those lower climbs with some harder climbs. So, all right.
Oh, there's actually one more over here on the far right side.
Far right. Let's see if he can. That's what we call the unfortunate dab. So he's just climbing for fun now. He's kind of using whatever, but good effort from everybody.
Yeah, so we're pretty much wrapped up here in terms of the competition. We're going to stay on the air, hopefully be able to get you the final results before too long here. And, I know the silent auction was a big success.
Yeah, we're about to announce the winner of that. We might give them a little extra time just to make those last-minute bids, but super thankful for, any dollar amount that, people are willing to give to the program to help us travel, get gear, update gear. It goes a long ways, and we really appreciate it. So.
Well, Coach, thanks for having us here today. We'll stick around, and hopefully viewers can stick around as well as we learn the final results and how this all shook down officially in terms of the results. But a real successful day. Congratulations on a great competition.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you guys for coming out and live streaming. Hannah on the camera over there. Huge help. She did a great job. So got a good crew there. Thanks.
Hopefully the viewers have enjoyed it, and we'll stick with it. Just stick around. We'll try to bring you as much information as we can as far as the final results go for today's 3rd annual Brevard Boulder Bash. Thanks, head coach Travis Gray, for joining the show as the climbers gather around. So thanks for joining us, and we'll see how we have done here with all the final results. So stick with us. We'll try to bring you some final results soon.
So with that in mind, we have people to thank, and some of the people to thank might be in here. I don't know. Hey, judges, come on in for a second. So how many of y'all have ever worked at a gym? Like, that's all of you, right? Probably you've worked at a gym or set or pool and watched it. It's a huge endeavor, as you might imagine. We stripped these walls Tuesday starting at 8:30 p.m. And my beautiful wife, wherever she is, washed every hole that you see here as well as the other 2,000 behind the gray curtain in the shower of my master bathroom. Also want to take time to recognize the judges. We had volunteer judges who we made a shout out and said, hey, you want to come and judge? And they said, absolutely. Here's what, so we got Zach and Ziff and Caroline, Evan, we got Jordan, we got Kendrick. Adelaide somewhere. Adelaide over there. Who am I missing? Is that all set? Yeah, so they deserve a round of applause. One person I know I left off of the judging list, and he was kind of filling in, and he was man about town, kind of doing whatever, is Matt. I don't know where Matt is. Up here. Matt's up there. So Matt was fix-it guy. Anytime we heard an impact drill, he was either fixing something or playing a prank. But he was also filling in for other judges so they could get something to eat or whatever. But I'm going to say his name again here in a second, so we'll applaud him collectively with the setters. The other big thing, as you all might imagine, goes into this is setting. And the setting at BRG is something that we've always been proud of. And I wish it was one of those things I could take credit for, but I can't. We inherited a lot of amazing things Rachel and I did when we bought this gym. We inherited an amazing climbing community, some of whom consistently contribute to the setting. It's just something that we've been able to continue and potentially build upon. But it's not something that we can claim building ourselves, but it's something that we like to express our pride in continuing. So the setting crew for this, see, there's one setter who's not here today, and that's Dan Horn. And Dawson. And Dawson, yep, sorry, I forgot about Dawson. But the primary setting crew, again, that'd be Matt, and Kendrick, and Adelaide. Right? Those three, yep. So I would say we set 67 problems. Dan and Dawson together did 11 or 12. But the other 55 problems went up by these three individuals. We also, you are still here. I was going to say they may have already made a clean exit, but we definitely want to thank the administration, especially the athletic program at Brevard College, for lots of reasons. They came here and they live streamed the whole thing, and we gave you an extra hour of work.
We're still going.
And then Hannah came in, got a text from somebody, and came right from lunch and manned the camera or whatever. I don't know, did people know how this was streaming? I'm not.
Yeah, we got the word out pretty good. If you guys go to bctornadoes.com, go to the event on the climbing schedule, and click on the link that says video, It was streamed on YouTube, so you can watch it on replay.
So yeah, I don't know if we watched it. Of course, the host team for today. We are delighted and proud to be basically the home venue and the host venue for the Brevard College climbing team, which sits proudly as part of the Brevard College athletics program. Coach Travis Gray, the Ross Rose folks. So awesome things are happening, and we're very, very happy to be a part of that. All right, now to the business part of stuff. If you have not already turned in a scorecard, here's what I'd like for you to do. If you'll just wait, we'll call your name. We're going alphabetical. No, I'm kidding. There's going to be probably a mad dash. Oh, and parents or anyone who's bidding, you want to have like a 3-minute extension while we do this? If you want to check out the live auction bidding, you're welcome to go do that. But we're about to announce the winner and stuff. Of the 3 buckets. Oh, all I can tell you is there's a 6'6" guy in there already. What I'd like for you to do with your scorecards, and I appreciate your patience as we went through this, but I just need you to indicate your top 5 climbs. We'll put the same pins you use for the waivers. We'll put them out there on the table or whatever. Just indicate by putting a tick mark in the margin your top 5 climbs, so that I can more easily enter those into the scoring module. Okay? It's looking like 10 after 6. I see no reason y'all couldn't do that in 10 or 15 minutes. And as I said, we're going to post everything to the live scoring module, and it should be finalized, and hope to do that, as I said, within an hour and 20 minutes. So at 7:30, wherever you are on the road, you can just, whoever's not driving, can go to usaclimbing.org and figure all that out. Sound like a plan? Awesome. Thank y'all so much for coming out. We enjoyed having you, and hope you had a great time.
So that was Cameron Austin of the Brevard Rock Gym, and want to thank Rachel and Cameron Austin, the owners of Brevard Rock Gym, for making this event possible. Check out www.brevardrockgym.com to check out all that is offered here at Brevard Rock Gym. Want to also thank the judges, the setters, all that made today's broadcast possible, and of course the competitors of this fantastic event at Brevard. Well, we got word from Cameron that the results will be tabulated over the next hour and a half, and will be posted to usaclimbing.org. So head over to usaclimbing.org. Results should be posted at approximately 7:30. And thank you again for tuning in to this broadcast of the 3rd annual Boulder Bash hosted by Brevard College at the Brevard Rock Gym. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you down the road. Good night.